All right, chat. I think it's time we get started because it's the day we get to finally wrap up Nioh 2. Not that it's not been fun, but wrapping up Nioh 2 means we get to play Nioh 3. And I am pretty excited about that. Alrighty. Unfortunately, we won't be able to play it tonight. Even if we do finish the Nioh 2 within the first few hours here, we're not going to be downloading the whole ass game on stream. I was really hoping that they would allow you to preload the game. I don't know why they don't let you, but that means I would have to sit down and download the game at 9 p.m. and it just wouldn't be ready. It just wouldn't be ready. So if we finish the game early, we'll just go ahead and do some of the DLC stuff. I have no real objective on wanting to actually get through all of the DLC. I just kind of wanted to do the main game and finish that. But if we have some little extra time, I don't mind dipping myself in there. But yeah, we should be more than able to wrap up the game here today. And Jack, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Hope all is well. It's a little bit of inventory check, huh? Big damage. Sly, welcome in. Juba, welcome in. You already know the next line? I don't know what the next line is going to be. Maybe it'll be a spin-off, right? Send anyway. The classic. I love the names of some of these fucking set bonuses, dude. 7 misfortunes, 8 hardships. They have entire fucking story titles as set bonuses. The Hat Helmet. What a classic. Did that not go off? Oh, there it is. Jesus Christ. That was delayed as fuck. Enjoy your insight. The eyes. Grant us eyes. Grant us eyes. I don't know why I'm worrying about this stuff right now. I have, like, not put any effort or thought into this build just because, again, like, base game is really easy. Like, if you just want to do main story, you don't plan on going into, like, New Game Plus cycles or anything like that, right? Like, you can get through this game with relative ease, all things considered. So I've not really put any real thought into what I was doing for this build. So, I don't know why I'm bothering doing all of this. Right as we are approaching the end. But, you know. Sometimes you just gotta do it, I guess. Yeah, then it's stuff I'm not even gonna bother with, really. There was... That's not it. There was an ability. Oh, no, that wasn't it either. Oh man, I don't remember which one it was. I cannot seem to recall, but that is okay. Oh, that's the one that it was. Okay. That's what it was. Okay. I don't remember which one it was. Okay. All right. Let's do it. Oh shit, I forgot to grab water. Fuck. I always forget something. Today is water. Alright, we'll do this mission, then I'll go quickly grab me some water. Oh, this mission. Maybe I should grab water now. We'll be alright. We'll be alright. It's a pretty lengthy mission, if I recall correctly. This is really cool, though. This mission is pretty cool. Sorry, no cannibalism allowed. That's only for the rich. That wasn't quick enough. Wow, that did a lot more than I thought it would, honestly. Oh, I forgot to, you know what? This actually works. Because I was just about to say, not that I plan on using it now, it's really only something we'll do against bosses. But I forgot to set up my, I always forget if it's Nioh or Nioh. Anyways, I forgot to set up my magic. Nioh, that's it. Alright. What do we even have here? What do we got? Meh. Oops. Alright. Yeah, I want barrier. And steel talisman. There's a bunch of other stuff that I would normally use as well, but these are gonna be fine for now. I'm only doing this because I know a couple of the final fights can be somewhat challenging, but otherwise, yeah, that's really the only reason why I'm bothering here at the end to like put some thought into some things and actually ready up some stuff. I don't want to say that on like my main character, the setup was like almost similar to Souls, where you like sit out of the room buffing for a minute before you go into the boss fight, but it was similar to something like that, which I think is honestly a lot of builds. Yeah, you throw down a lot of talismans and whatnot to buff yourself. Just kind of how it goes, right? But again, this goes to show that, like, while a game can be complex and it can have a lot of stuff, I pretty much went through most of this game without spending points until today, right? Like, I got a couple of things in the first few streams, and then I just kind of rolled with the gear, right? So whenever a game seems, like, daunting because there's a lot of stuff, take it step by step. Take it easy. You don't have to engage with everything. You can take it at your own pace. Most games are like that. You might struggle a little bit more because you're not interacting with every facet of the game, and there might be things that'll make your life a little bit easier, but you don't have to learn every system and every mechanic right off the get-go. I think Nioh 3 does a better job at that as well, at like introducing stuff. I think it honestly did a good job at actually having a tutorial. Nioh 2 really... I don't remember if Nioh 1 does, but Nioh 2 really doesn't have, like, your traditional style tutorial. It has missions that you can do that act as tutorials, but most people are gonna look at those missions, see that there are no rewards, and be like, oh, okay. And then just, like, not do them, right? So I think a mandatory tutorial about, hey, this is what this does, this is what that does, is not bad. Especially because it's pretty short and it's pretty seamless with the start of the game, too. So it doesn't feel super overbearing. Okay, that was kind of rude as fuck. So we almost died. But that's okay. Because we brought it back. I am always surprised at how resilient these enemies are. I guess it's because they kind of look like normal dudes. So every time I look at them, I'm like, oh, this guy's just gonna die in one hit, right? Which, I mean, I guess if I did enough damage, they could die in one hit. We don't do that much damage, though. Come on, big dog. You know, I honestly really like when games allow you to block with your weapon. Sort of either, you know, a la Liza P or Sekiro, or like this game does it. I think it's nice to be able to just press a block button and block damage. You can even make it so certain weapons have like little certain abilities tied with it, but I like having that ability. Now, I know that in Souls you can do it too, right? If you're two-handing your weapon, you can block with it. But it's nice to be able to just block the full hit and only take stamina damage, right? It still doesn't allow you to fully block everything, right? You still gotta be careful. But it doesn't force you to have to use a specific shield. It also doesn't break the flow of the fight as much as having to, like, whip out a shield and whatnot. It allows you to still keep your build. You don't have to change anything about it if you don't want to. But you're still able to have some defensive capability. I don't actually remember if if different weapons in Nioh are better at blocking than others. In terms of, like, consuming less of your ki. Yes, it's helmed by one of the co-creators of the Last of Us series. According to what we know as of right now, it's supposed to be a continuation of Baldur's Gate 3. I am really, really curious as to how they're gonna handle that. Yeah, I think the headline of the article that I read says something along the lines of, it was something along the lines of, it'll continue the game's story and it'll have old and new characters deal with the repercussions of the aftermath of what happens at the end. I'm not really sure how exactly that's gonna get handled, but we'll see. I think it would have been much better if they had just made a Baldur's Gate TV series completely unrelated to Baldur's Gate 3. Especially because it's not like you're gonna have the same people voicing and acting as the characters, so other than just being tied to the story, it has really none of what people love about the game, so I'm not really sure like what the point of it was. I think D&D is very capable of lending itself to, you know, being a TV series. There's so many different stories, so many different realms, that like it's such a vast world. But I mean, I'm assuming they went with Baldur's Gate 3 specifically because money. But I'm curious to see how they do it. Because with The Last of Us, while I know that they did some changes, some minor changes and some additions and whatnot, like, overall, they stuck to a one-to-one story. Here, they are trying to continue a story that was already written. So, could be a recipe for disaster, it could be fantastic. No way, I thought he wasn't gonna reach. Yeah, D&D can go anywhere in terms of direction. Yeah. The sky's the limit. That Craig Mazin guy also did the Chernobyl show. I am not familiar with it. I'm not familiar with probably the vast majority of TV shows, if I'm gonna be honest. I really don't watch any. There's only one show that I'm watching currently, and that's Abbott Elementary, which is fantastic. It's very touching. It teaches some good lessons, and it's really funny. But even before then, I cannot recall. I think it might have been The Good Place that I watched with a girlfriend years ago. Yeah, I'm not really one to watch TV series. They just... I don't know. Outside of watching movies, I don't really like watching people do people stuff. I know some people, they'll try to watch like animated stuff and they just can't sit down to watch it. I'm kind of that way with like live action stuff. Short of watching movies, if I sit down to watch a series, unless something about it really grips me, I really don't care. I really cannot get engaged with it. Wouldn't be able to tell you why. I guess it doesn't help that most of the time TV series are like 40, 50, 60-minute episodes, and I really don't feel like sitting down watching a movie every time I want to watch an episode either. I'm perfectly fine with my 20-minute episodes. Tried to watch Chernobyl, moved really slow. Heard good things about The Good Place. The Good Place is good. It's a good show. time I try to anticipate that, and then I just whiff. When I don't anticipate it, he does it. When I try to anticipate it, he doesn't do it. Bastard. I don't know why I tried to block the grab there. Am I really out of heals that freaking Jesus? Thought the good place was just fine? That's fair. I thought it was good. I thought the characters were well written enough. I thought it was, the comedy was good enough. It wasn't like overly comedic. It used a lot of, more sarcastic humor, I guess, maybe, is a way to put it. And I liked the subject matter that it talked about. Also, just really in general, really enjoyed the way the characters actually interacted with one another. Jesus. I fixed my plumbing shit yesterday. It wasn't too bad. Put a new sink handle cartridge in the sink. All good. Nice. I think it's above us. Yeah, I think it's above us. What happened to the chest, dude? Interesting, interesting. Nothing I... That's okay. We can still make use of it. Campus. That's right, we have to drain the water. I completely forgot about that. Shoot. Yeah, we need to grab the, did we get it already, actually? I don't remember. We did. I just never placed it. I wanted to sit on the edge so we could get a good view of the water draining into the entire temple. Elvish, welcome in. Hope the day is treating you well. That guy's a bitch. I think we want to go across first, if I remember correctly. No, where the fuck did you come from, dude? These are not the kinds of slimes that I like, dude. I did some shopping, and I had to be among the people. I hope the shopping went well. I hope it was a successful journey. There you go. We went over this during the Monster Fucker tier list. We cannot... Can we actually? Yes. How can I not... Is it because his hand is in the way? It was definitely a weak spot shot. Huh. Yeah, interesting. Alright. Get. Oh, man. The stun locks, dude. I ran out of key. Oh, get the fuck out, dude. And those Cyclop dudes can hit really fucking hard. That is something that I was hoping they would have maybe looked into when it came to Nioh 3, was the stun lock, but... I mean, you can move around so fast that I feel like in Nioh 3, it's almost fine for the enemy to be able to stun lock you, otherwise it'd be really hard for them to actually get a hold of you, but I'm just not a fan of stun locks. Even in Souls games, if an attack is just gonna keep me locked into a 30-hit animation, I would rather just get one-shotted. I just really hate being stun locked. Like small staggers, you know, that'll like interrupt your animation, sure. I'm fine with those. But like taking damage and just not being able to do anything for like a full second, I really, really hate that. My right wrist has just been bugging me the whole day. I gotta play something that isn't controller games. Okay. We can carry on. I think we'll be missing a Kodama here, but that's alright. I started this playthrough not wanting to miss any Kodamas because I love those little guys. But now, the main objective is swapped to not missing any Kodamas to just completing the game. Because that is a top priority. We gotta roll credits today. I mean, I guess technically we don't have to roll credits today. Because I do have tomorrow. It's just I would like to take a break between Nioh 2 and Nioh 3. So I would very much rather not play Nioh 2 tomorrow if I can help it. You know, sometimes you just want a bit of a break, right? When you play certain games, you don't want to dive into another similar game right away. You just want a bit of a palate cleanser, as it were. I wanted to see if it was gonna take long enough to shoot to allow me to do that. Dragon God Jewel. We can explore even further. Oh my god. Whole place is upside down. What? I think aesthetically, this area was really cool to go through on my first playthrough of this. I'm gonna go up top. I think the other one is on the... Was it side of this? Get that boy slime out of here. That slime boy, rather. Slime boy and boy slime, they have a very different, they roll off the tongue a little bit differently, don't they? Nope. Nope, not at all. Not at all. Alphashura. You know, I'm not into guys, but if I was into guys, I don't know if Elvish would be my type. Elvish daddy, am I right? Guys are gonna inflate his ego. Let's see. No, I'm good. I really do not want to fight you. Oh yeah, I never changed up the abilities either. Or augmented the abilities or whatever. I forget what it's called in Nioh. Some of these spots here can be kind of a pain in the ass. Because you have multiple enemies to fight while somebody else is raining projectiles on you. These fucking glasses. There's always something about them that fucking bothers me. Man, low-key, the girlfriend earlier said that on her way home she might stop at the store today. And I really kind of hope she does. Because I could use a pick-me-up. I could really use a pick-me-up. Do they have energy drinks in the Nioh world? Do yokais drink Monster, you think? I'm dead. God, I don't... Man, the fact that it has you wait until half of your stamina is back before you can move again. Oh, man. Always gets me. Yo, Dead Game Inc., welcome in. I hope you're having a fine evening. See, this is partly why I'm so excited for Nioh 3. It allows me to play aggressively without getting really punished this badly. But we're there. I guess technically the release date is in 2 hours. I guess just under 2 hours. It always trips me up whenever Japanese releases come out, because they'll go by Japanese time and they'll, you know, for example, for Nioh 3, they'll say February 6th. So I'm like, oh, okay, it's gonna release on Friday. But West Coast releases a day, well, not a day early, but, you know, it's the day before. Here, you handle that. I'm gonna go deal with the guy up here. I want to find a no-calorie, fruity type of energy drink. No calorie? I don't know if you can find no calories. You can find no sugar. I mean, I'm sure there are out there. I don't know if Celsius is no calorie. I don't even have a can name. I don't like Celsius. Let me see. Let's see, what are my usual favorites? Let's see, Monster, Ruby, Red. Oh, what are they called? Nutritional fat. I don't remember. I don't think they're zero energy. Or sorry, 0 calorie. Oh, well, they are really low calorie though. 10. How's that sound, huh? How's that sound? 10 calories per can, brother. Strawberry or mango? Okay, I got you. I got you. What is it? Celsius? Don't look at Celsius. Celsius is dog shit. I don't like it. I hate the flavor of Celsius. I cannot recommend it. I have a friend who absolutely loves it. I've tried several flavors. I can't fuck with Celsius, so I can't recommend it. No, this was Monster. If you look at the Ultra flavors, any can that'll say Ultra, whatever, they're sort of like 0 sugar lineup, and or actually I don't know if that's specifically what they are, but all of the Ultra flavors, they're 0 sugar and only about 10 calories. They have two strawberry flavors. I think one is called Ultra Strawberry Dreams. And they have another strawberry flavor, and I can't recall what it's called. If you want mango type stuff, they have a... I think it's called Ultra Mango Fiesta. Yeah, Ultra Mango Fiesta. If you like mango, it's probably a go-to. They do also have a juice version, which is the Monster Mango Loco, which is honestly my favorite. But it is going to have a little bit more calories. If you're looking for low calories, it's probably not it, because it is mixed with juice. So, I mean, it's not going to be insane or anything, but it's going to be more than 10, that's for sure. D. Kirk, welcome in. I'm going to hold off on Nioh 3 until after I've had my fill with RE9. That's perfectly fair. You got to get the game that you enjoy the most first, right? Call it Fahrenheit in the USA. Call it Celsius. It is made here. Actually, I don't know if it is or not. Actually, I think it is. Yeah, I think it's a Coke product, if I'm not wrong. Also, there's some ads rolling up, chat. Unfortunately, I am out of skips somehow. I guess I just kept track of the skips we used yesterday, so I'm out. So we're gonna sit tight, wait for those ads to be over. Dropping by to say hi. You have such a great voice. I appreciate it. Let's welcome in. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Jesus Christ, Sly. You come in with like the hottest pieces of news, dude. I don't know. I hope not. Jesus fucking Christ. Just casually talking about suicide. No biggie. Fucking hell. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be able to tell. I guess you're gonna have to ask her, man. Oh, man, I'm not laughing at the event. This is more of a nervous laughter like, huh, I can't believe that was just the pier there. My eyes had to read it. Can you imagine working there? I can't imagine working at an Olive Garden, period, so no, not really. No, not really. Oh, chat, I forgot. I said I was gonna grab some water because I forgot to grab water. And since we're in the ads, I'm going to turn off the camera, but I'll be back in about 30 seconds. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to grab some water. I'll be right back. Did someone time it, chat? Was it 30 seconds or was it more? Probably more, right? Unlimited soup, salad, and skull shreds. Guys gonna have 15 minutes off. I would take a whole ass day. I would take a whole week off. Are you kidding me? Or I would just quit because I wouldn't want to work at Olive Garden in the first place. You know, I always say this. I have nothing but respect for people that have the patience to actually work in like restaurants or any sort of service industry. I could not fucking do it. I don't care if it's a chain or if it's a just like a proper restaurant or whatever. I would not be able to do it. I can't work with people, man. I really can't. I really can't. I can't do it. I don't have it in me. Also, welcome back from the ads, chat. Thank you for sitting through them. Okay, they should not be aggroing. Oh, you know what? I think I could be wrong. Oh, yeah, no, I am wrong. There's, I thought that NPC right there might have fist stuff. What I'm thinking about is a side mission that gets unlocked after we complete this. That has this area where you fight a series of NPC, and for early game fist builds, they drop a pretty decent set. See you later. Scampus, my boy, come here. I used to use deep fryers in a high school job. I fried okra. I also cooked fried potato and onions. I haven't eaten there in quite a long time, but it was decent. Public-facing jobs would be rough. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I mean, not that, like, I can't work with people. I can work with people. I mean, I think in most jobs, you're bound to work with at least one other person, right? But it's just like dealing with customers is something that I wouldn't be able to do. Some people just have a level of entitlement that I just would not want to deal with. I just would not want to deal with it. I just don't have the patience for it, dude. I am maybe sometimes too quick to like tell people that really bother me to fuck off. And I mean, it'd be different, right? Like, I wouldn't want to lose my job on purpose, but man, it would be really, really hard for me to hide how I feel about somebody if they're like legitimately getting on my nerves. I'm sorry, did he just one punch me, dude? Cue the intro, I guess. Karens and cannolis don't mix. No, they do not. And I gotta find a proper way to situate the chair. I feel like every day I'm sitting in a different position or aligned slightly differently, and I gotta readjust my body every time. Sometimes I feel like I'm sitting more to the right or more to the left. I gotta, like, lock the wheels in place. I don't remember. Can we drop? No, we cannot. After we drain the water, we can, I believe. I gotta, like, lock the wheels in place, right? I gotta put markers. Oops. The camera's off still? Is it off? Or do you just not have enough insight to see it? Okay, let's not die again, please. Okay, didn't quite do what I wanted it to do. I was hoping it would get wedged between the yokai and the crystal, so we could sort of get a 2-for-1. This guy's actually scaring me. Why does he do so much damage, bro? I tell someone to fuck off at work at least twice a day, sometimes more, depending on who I'm talking to. So there are some good jobs out there. It's one of the things that I enjoyed about my last job was the fact that I just didn't interact with customers. I worked with machines. And it was heaven. The only people I would have to interact with were like supervisors from other departments, and when things went well, when they went well, you know, it's like, hey, they're bothering me, I just call my supervisor, or I tell them to talk to the head of the department, and I didn't have to deal with it. Hey, there he is. Come here, little guy. I like the Katanas. I wonder if we're gonna get some Nioh 3 figures. A lot of people are loving the game. It's getting raving reviews by both players and publications. So I'm hoping that that leads into getting some decent merchandise. I would love a little Kodama figure. I don't remember. Can we drop off on this side? No, we can. I wasn't even trying to drop down. I just didn't realize there was a slope there. Usually it's a fuck off, I'm busy. Yeah, unfortunately, you don't get that privilege in a lot of workplaces. Right? It's not professional, all that. I do not remember how to get down lower. Ah, here we go. This is an awful position to find myself in. If it wasn't for that follow-up, we might have been able to survive there. What type of work do you do now? Nothing. I am currently unemployed. My other one I say a lot is I'll see what I can do, which is office speak, or find someone else to do this. Yep. Yeah, our go-to was, I'll get to it when I can. Or it was maybe like a, I'll get to it after this call. Only feet, let's go. That's right, that's exclusive to tier 3 subs. Oh, there he is. Waiting on the ticket to come through, which means nothing. It's kind of funny how every job kind of has its own way of pretty much telling people, like, I just don't want to do it right now. Do I really? I mean, there's loot. I gotta do it. There's loot. If I get paralyzed here, it is death, so... The way the camera spun around, almost walked right off. Oh man, come here. You have my loot, dude. It's nothing personal. You just have my loot. They'll have robot feet fetish sites eventually. All this automation being built. You don't think they do already? Not that I know, but you don't think they do already? I mean, that's usually like a big part of like adult conventions, right? Are the like automated things and whatnot, right? Now with AI, the whole there's been a couple of them that have been shown that are probably crazy fucking expensive. I mean, even if you look at like those real doll things, right? They're like in the like 8 grand, 9 grand, 10 grand type stuff. But yeah, like there was a big hubbub about incorporating AI in what is essentially like an automated sex doll, I suppose you could call it. I don't know if it has a specific name. And it's low-key kind of creepy. It's low-key really creepy. Like, it's dystopian as shit is what it is. Like, no kink shaming or nothing, you know, if you're really into that, hey, get your robot, but like the idea of just like talking to a machine, like I feel like we're already to a degree losing a bit of like that human on human conversation. There are a lot of people that rely on like AI chatbots to have some form of conversation. And I feel like it causes a bit of a disconnect, a big disconnect. Introducing that into your intimate life, I think is not good. I think it's not good. I mean, not like it's gonna be a problem, right? It's not exactly something that's gonna be widely accessible to everybody, right? You gotta be a rich bastard to afford one of those, but the future is now, Jubo. Your dreams can now come true. I'm an operations manager for Allied Security, so I deal with quite a few idiots daily. I imagine so. Was there not? Right, I know we can spin it from the other side. I don't remember if it spins this way and we get a shortcut or not. Do I backtrack or do I just keep pushing forward? I have to keep pushing forward. Hopefully I don't die. I think Mizuki's here. Nope. That's angry. I would rather not die after I said I didn't feel like backtracking. Thank you, Gabe. I love how they put AI into it instead of doing something useful like making the fucking thing clean itself out. I mean, who knows? Maybe you know? Maybe it has an auto flushing system. That'll be version 2.0. I wonder if we're gonna see. I mean, I'd be surprised if there is. I can speak. If there aren't some places that do this to a degree already. Maybe to a very minor degree, but I wonder if we're ever going to see, like, automated things like that in, like, hospices and whatnot, right? Or in the hospice industry. Retirement homes ran completely by AI bots. This is really bad. We need that shortcut. If we die here, we're gonna have a long run back. Forget it! Forget it! Forget it! Grab the Kadama and let's go. First try it. I don't remember what the boss is here. Oh no, I do remember the boss. It's the guy with the big gourd, isn't it? Sly's just full of surprises, dude. Oh man. She can't even hug you after. You know, something tells me that the people that would buy something like that probably don't care about that. They probably don't care about that. I do not remember his attacks in the slightest. What I am gonna try to do... Too early. Shit, I might die here. No, okay. Maybe we can recover. I wanted to try to buff up, if he allows it. Ah, come on. Controller, please! I'm spamming X. He's a little tipsy. This dude is so fucking sick. Oh, we might actually get him first try. Hold up. I was kind of worried that we would die here because I didn't grab the shortcut and I really didn't want to run all the way back, but we'll take a first try. You know, Souls games need more of these types of emotes, dude. Sly has a lot of time to think about things, more than me. Sly has a very creative mind. Every time he pops in, it's like starting up a new run in a roguelite. You never know what you're gonna roll. Never know what debuff you're gonna get, never know what buffs you're gonna get. It might be a really good, enjoyable run, or it might be a very short-lived one, and you're gonna have to restart right away. Man, my character looks cozy. At least I'd imagine that she's fairly warm with what she's wearing. Yeah, let's gotta chase after what's his face? I forget his name. I think I broke him a little bit there. You didn't. I was gonna correct you, and then I thought, you know what? It's not my place to tell somebody how to clean a sex toy. And then I was kind of like in the between of being like, that's not how you do it, but then also, who am I to tell them? Why? It's not my place. It's not, it just isn't. All right. So we do have a side mission. We can also go and talk to people. I just really want to wrap the game up today. I think we're just going to focus on main missions and see where it takes us. Once we're done, if we have enough time, we'll go back and do some of the side missions just to kind of carry out the stream, depending on how much time we have left. We might even call it an early stream if we're able to finish it within like 3-4 hours, but we'll see. Turkey baster. So chat, who's excited for Resident Evil 9, huh? Resident Evil 9 Requiem, huh? Anybody excited for that one? I'm about to like erase the entirety of chat. I'm about to cleanse everything with fire, dude. Yeah, but anime is fine. He put Willy at the end, so it's like funny, right? Oh man, y'all gotta find some new hobbies. That's all I gotta say. I gotta find some new hobbies. I gave up on Resident Evil series after Metal Man beat my ass. I think you should give it another shot, now that you know that you can't kill him. Pretty sure our collective hobby is saying weird shit in here. Yeah, that's the part where I said you gotta find a new hobby. I know what your hobby is. You gotta find another one. I don't wanna. You know what? Fair enough. I tried. I do not remember what that spirit does. In this economy? That's fair. That is fair. Man, even Magic the Gathering is starting to get more expensive. Did you know? Did you know? The Wizards of the Coast might be thinking of raising prices yet again for their product? I'm just not gonna buy any more sealed shit, dude. Fuck them. I'm just only gonna stick to the secondary market. I remember when you could buy a booster pack for $3.99. For $3.99, you could get a booster pack. Now, a booster pack is $6.99. Anime, thank you for the 61 month Prime resubscription. You didn't have to do it, but you did it anyways. I appreciate it. $6.99 for a booster pack now. And the Universe Beyond packs, $9.99. Booster boxes used to be $100 flat. $100, $99.99 for a booster box with 36 packs. Now, you're lucky if you can get a booster box for $130 And they have 30 packs. So they cost more, they have less. And I hate the fact that they raised the cost of the Universe Beyond, not because I'm all into Universe Beyond, but because it's fucking telling that they're just gonna raise the cost of the normal shit too. Because people are willing to buy it, so why don't we just price everything like this? I remember when you could get a pre-constructed commander deck for $29.99. Now, $44.99. Almost twice the cost. That's like 1.5 times the cost, but you get it. And this wasn't even that long ago, right? This isn't it like back in my day, sort of speech. Like, we're talking about like 5 years ago, you know? We're talking about less than a decade ago. These prices were like cheaper. Think of the shareholders. Oh, the shareholders. I already said what I think about the shareholders the other day. Yeah, I mean, I like buying pre-constructed products because I think they're cool, right? It's convenient. It's already pre-packaged, and then you can do the upgrades that you want. I enjoy buying packs for sets that I like because it's fun to open up packs and, you know, pull something crazy. Like, yes, is it cheaper to just buy the one card, even if it's like a 100 or a card that's going for $100? Yeah, it's probably cheaper to just buy the card than it is to buy packs and try to open it. But if it's a set that I really like, there's something just enjoyable about cracking packs and pulling cards that you like. And I like to buy at least one booster box if it's a set that I'm really into. And it's kind of a shame that they're kind of driving it into the ground price-wise. It just, in general, they've done so many things that are just nothing but, like, profit. And obviously, it's a company. Profit is at the forefront. That's what they care about. You know. But you can care about profit and still have pro-consumer stuff, right? Like, so many people came up with various solutions to shit. Like, for example, they have a thing called secret layers. If you're familiar with Magic, you know what secret layers are. If you're not familiar with Magic, what secret layer is a 4 to 5 limited print set of cards. Usually they have a theme in mind. It's usually related to a set that is out, or it's with it's a collaboration with a specific IP or a collaboration with a specific artist. Like, for example, the only secret layer I have ever bought, not because I don't like the other secret layers, but because it's the only one that I was able to snag, was the Junji Ito one. So I have, is it 5 or 4? Anyways, I have a set of cards where the artwork was made by Junji Ito. There was another secret layer set that I'm trying to complete, that unfortunately I was not playing Magic at the time when it came out, and that was an Evil Dead set. I have an entire deck built around one of the cards that is from the Evil Dead secret layer. So these, when they first came out, they used to be print to order, which meant that anybody could get them. Anybody could get these, because as long as they would get orders, they would print them. They swapped from print to order to limited print run. That was one of the most anti-consumer shit Wizards of the Coast has done in recent years for Magic. What that does, it produces a artificial scarcity. It creates FOMO, which leads to even the sets that maybe, even the secret layers that maybe people are not too interested in, it leads people into rushing to buy because they could be gone. Once they're done printing it, that's it. When people came up with various solutions, right? Because Wizards of the Coast said that the reason they swapped from limited print run, or sorry, from print to order to limited print run, was because people complained that it was taking too long to get their sets, right? It was taking too long to get their cards. People would complain. So in order to be able to ship the cards to everybody at a readily pace, they decided to make that switch. And that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I think people would rather be willing to wait 3 weeks for their order than to not have access to these fucking cards in the first place. And so many creators came up with solutions. One of the ones that I think would work really well is make the first initial print or the first initial couple of prints, make it limited only. And those are incentivized by the fact that maybe those are the foil ones, or maybe those will be shipped out at a, you know, at a fast pace. And then, after the initial period, anything else is just going to get printed whenever you guys get the time, right? That way, you satisfy the people that want to have it right now, and they're going to rush to get it, but also the people that, you know, cannot be awake at 7 in the morning on a Monday, because maybe they're, you know, driving to work, or maybe they're going to school, you know? Because secret layers usually come out on a Monday in the morning. They're able to get them, right? It's ridiculous, dude. I fucking swear, I want to deny it as much as I can help it, but it really feels like Magic the Gathering to a degree is sort of becoming like Pokemon a little bit. Where like nobody plays the fucking game anymore, and it's nothing but like money laundering type shit, you know what I mean? You buy cards to make money, and that's kind of what Wizards of the Coast is doing right now, so. There's my little rant for the day on Magic the Gathering. If you stand in front of a mirror and chant Luigi's name, a CEO gets his wings. Or so I was told. Damn, for real. Blythe, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Name one thing that have not ruined was CEOs or investors. I think there's some good CEOs out there. CEO doesn't mean you're a multi-billionaire bastard, you know what I mean? CEO is just a title. I'm sure there's good CEOs out there. Arizona Tea CEO refuses to raise the price. Yep. You can get a 23-ounce can for 99 cents. Yep. And you can even report the stores that charge more than 99 cents. And if there's enough reports, they'll cut supplies to them. They have other products that they charge more. Like, I think they started doing, like, Arizona energy drinks, which I kind of want to try one, but also, it's only available online, I think. I haven't seen it anywhere in store. But Arizona, at least around my neck of the woods, is always 99 cents or even 89 cents. Hell, sometimes you can find stores that'll give you 2 Arizonas for 79 cents, dude! I also didn't go to Olive Garden recently, but I probably will next week. I usually just get chicken Alfredo, that's what I'm gonna say. Swap from a cinnamon bun latte to a s'mores latte last night. It's just as tasty as holy heck. I've tried a couple of s'mores flavored things. They're always super sweet. I don't mind sweet drinks. But if something is super sweet, I just can't. It's too sweet. I don't have the biggest sweet tooth. What annoys me about the sticker and card collection thing is that they print literally millions of them, with the exception of foil ones, because those are sort of expensive to emboss with shiny patterns. Yeah, they can literally print whatever they want. I've had this conversation with some people online too. Like, for example, there are certain cards that help expedite how a deck plays. And these specific cards, we call them battle lands. It's neither here or there. It doesn't matter if you know what a battle land is. All you need to know is that it was a card that was printed for multiplayer format that really ought to belong in every single pre-constructed commander deck, as those are built for multiplayer format. However, Wizards of the Coast decides not to do that, because otherwise, what incentives do people have to buy sets? To buy packs, to try to pull these cards, right? And I was having a conversation with somebody, and they said that they should not put those in there because why would Wizards of the Coast put several hundreds of dollars in a land base? And it's like, it's only several hundreds of dollars now because it's not being printed enough. There's a scarcity. That's the only reason fetch lands and shock... Well, not the only reason. There's several reasons. But like surveil lands, battle lands, fetch lands, shock lands. Like those are expensive because they see play in a multitude of formats, but also because they're not readily available. You have to wait for specific sets, you know, and stuff like that. They could put really good stuff in pre-constructed decks. And I'm not even talking about like, you know, make them like insane top tier CDH decks, but like as far as the land base goes, you could put an expensive land base because that just makes the deck work smoother, right? It doesn't really have anything to do with complex mechanics, so it doesn't matter if you're new or if you're a veteran at the game. It has really nothing to do with the overall quality of the deck, but it expedites how it can play and it smooths out how it can play. And I've argued with several people online at times where like it wouldn't raise the cost of anything. Like there are cards that are printed nowadays, right, that are in every commander deck, like Sol Ring, like Command Tower, and these are really strong cards. If Sol Ring wasn't printed in every single commander deck, and it was instead a card that you'd see in like a Commander Masters type set or in a Modern Horizon type set, it's likely the Sol Ring would be like a $20, $30, $40 card because it's an absurd card that kind of fits into every single deck and is extremely powerful. But because it's in every deck, it's like $1, right? So Wizards of the Coast is just creating artificial scarcity for shit that really has no reason to have scarcity. And people are buying it up. Be like, no, it's fine if they don't put it in there because it would be too expensive. No, it wouldn't. They print the damn cards. It doesn't cost them a single cent to print this card versus this card. You know? I don't know. Man. I love Magic the Gathering, but I also hate what the company's doing with it. I used to interview CEOs for a living. Some of them are chill, some of them are nutcases. Yeah, they're people. It's just the title, right? Fuck. Didn't realize that was the grab. I'm still alive, though. Barely, but we still are. I also brought the store keys home with me by accident. Yo, are we gonna have a 3 a.m. outing to your store? Let's get some pizza. Damn. She's keeping all the pizza secrets to herself. Unfortunate. One of my jobs when I was a press operator is I used to print playing cards. We would cut hundreds of millions of cards. It wouldn't be any like specific type of like car. There's nothing particularly special about it. The main thing is just it's a highly sought after car because it's printed in a singular set. That's it. The secret is it costs maybe $1.50 to total to make a large deluxe pizza, and we charge $21.25 for it. Oh, trust me, I know. I've bitched many a times about how expensive pizza is in the United States for literally absolutely no reason. Chat, if you're spending more than $10 on a pizza, you're getting ripped off. I don't care how good it is. You're getting ripped off. And I hate to break it to you, that's just how it is. It could be the best pizza in the world. If you're spending like $35 on like a Mountain Mike's or some shit, you're getting ripped off. It's flour, tomato, and cheese. It ain't worth 35 bucks. It really bugs me to my very Italian core how expensive pizza is in the United States. It's insane. The other thing they do is the laminating, which is also sort of expensive depending on what you do. We used to do a specific set of cards, which were the high roller stake table cards, and those were really interesting how they were made. Yeah, I'd be interested to see what it looks like over at Wizards of the Coast, because they do various different foiling methods. It'd be kind of interesting to see, I think. Take a little tour. Snatch a couple of cards. Yeah, not to be a Debbie Downer. I just... I've been buying some cards lately, and every time I buy cards, I kind of get like that. I promise you we don't just bitch about shit around here. We even like things sometimes. For as crazy as that might seem. I just backtrack. I often say the only reason I can get our pizza as often as I do is because I get it for free. If I didn't work here, it wouldn't be an option. It's way too pricey, yeah. Which sucks too, because like I don't like relying on a pizza chain. You know, I don't want to rely on Domino's and such. I would much rather go to a mom and pop pizza place. However, that mom and pop pizza place is gonna charge me $25, $35, $40 for a pie. And I'm just not willing to spend that much money on water, flour, cheese, tomato. It's just not gonna happen. Like, I don't want to come across as stingy. I'm just not doing that. I'm gonna go to Domino's and snag myself a pizza for $9.99, which, you know, might sound like I'm supporting Big Corpo, but also in Italy, that's how much a fucking pizza costs. Because it's water, flour, cheese, and tomato. But cannoli, what about the toppings you're putting on there? Yeah, I'm sorry, slapping pepperoni on your pizza doesn't warrant an extra $20. But cannoli, this is not Italy. Well, we're not Germany either, but you know, we're picking and choosing what we take pages from, I guess. So about that Resident Evil 9, huh? Who's hyped for Resident Evil 9? Facts, because we're a mom and pop place. Yeah, we have a place downtown. We went to that place once, and it was really good. Like, it was ridiculously good pizza. But also, they wanted the, you know, around like 35 bucks or something like that. And it's just, I don't know. It's really hard for me to justify it. I would like to go to that place more frequently. It's really good pizza and it's locally owned and whatnot, but it's too much. Too much? Actually, what I need to start doing is making pizza at home. I've asked my dad what his like recipe is, and I forgot to write it down. That's what I just gotta start doing in general. I just gotta come up with meals I want to make and then just make them at home. I gotta take a page out of Donut's book. Shit's just getting too expensive. Shit's just too expensive, man. I'm so high for RE9. I finalized my bingo board today. Let's go. As awful as it is, that guy... I can't get away from it. I can't get away from it. It's there again. It's there again. I've not had a flatbread pizza for such a long time. I don't know that I've ever had a flatbread pizza, actually, now that I think about it. I don't remember if one of those walls could be broken down. All right. That was quick. I didn't notice there was the Kusarigama yokai in here. Those guys fuck you up really fast. Let me see if we can just pull one at a time. Man, how's it still hot in my room? I haven't turned the AC on. Please. What's down here? Okay. I don't know that that was worth the trade. I mean, I guess it was worth it, right? We did make it out on top. That reminds me of the bartending curse in our store. For a while, any bartender who quit out of nowhere with no notice would die within a year. It happened at least 4 times. Huh. Big Liquor was not having it. This guy? That's Scampus. That's a good old Scampus. He's a yokai. You love him? He's in Nioh 3. Just saying. Good old Scampy Scampus. Do I want... Oh, never mind. I thought that was a different yokai for a second. Okay. I'm just gonna play safe regardless. I'm just gonna play it safe regardless. Some of these later levels are becoming kind of lengthy and I really don't want to die. Speaking of lengthy, here's a shortcut. Yeah, he's a pretty cute fella. We looked up the other day if there was like a plushie or a figure of him. I guess they must have made one at some point, except it must have been like a very low print run or something like that, because there is one on eBay apparently for $1,000. Bro, what the fuck? Yep. They are. They really are. They must have the same investors. Come here, little guy. Okay, I gotta take this guy out. Oh, fuck, that's gonna aggro the other one. Alright. Let's just drag her as far away as we can, if we can. Yo, Nightingale, welcome in, sir. Oh! You came in just in time for the ad to usher in the ads and potentially usher in my death as well. But chat, we do have some ads coming up. I'm gonna have to deal with this yokai, but then we'll go ahead. Well, she's gonna deal with me. We're gonna wait for these ads to run out before we continue. So if you need to take a break for yourself, please do so. Get yourself a snack, a drink. Maybe you just need to stand up and walk around for a little bit. We'll be here when you return. Welcome in, Nightingale. I hope your day is going well. I see. It's so. How about yourself? I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully we can spice up your day a little bit. My day is going all right. Nothing exceptional, but you know, nothing bad. It's one of those days where like don't really have much to complain about, you know, other than Wizards of the Coast. Other than Wizards of the Coast. But yeah, it's been an all right day. Speaking of Wizards of the Coast, chat, next week, oh man, next week is an exciting week. Not only are we going to start Nioh 3, not only are we going to do a booster box opening stream, but not that it involves you guys, but I'm also going to get to have another Commander night next week. And so next week is going to be an exciting one. Today is all right, but next week is going to be sick. And I'm so excited for Nioh 3. I am so excited. Did you see that a TV show taking place post? Yes, I saw that. That's exciting. I hope it goes well. Thank you. Usually does. I don't think I've had a bad Commander night. There was one where I got a little salty because I felt like some people were acting the Mickey. But outside of that, even then I still had fun. It was a very much a non-issue, but you know, sometimes you get salty about shit. Yeah, I saw that. I'll be curious to see how they handle the show. I was mentioning that I think they should have just made a show that was just like completely unattached to the game. I don't know how good of an idea it is to make a show that tries to continue the story of the game, but we'll see. On one hand, I'm glad they're not trying to adapt the story of Baldur's Gate 3 into TV format, but at the same time, I wish they'd just do it. Yeah, D&D, that's something else that I mentioned, is that D&D is so vast that it has so many possibilities for a show, right? You can make a comedy, you could make a horror, right? Like, you could make a romance, you could make a drama, you could do all of them in one. You can do whatever you want. There's so many characters. Like, the sky's the limit, right, when it comes to D&D, and they should have just done their own original story, or with like, you know, existing characters within the D&D universe. Because the thing with Baldur's Gate 3 is like, yes, people love the game, but they don't love the game just for the story. I would even argue that like the story as a whole, without spoilers, the story as a whole is probably the weakest part of Baldur's Gate 3. But people love it because of the interactions and the characters, right? And like, yeah, you can have Astarion in the show, and you could have Gale in the show, and you could have Lae'zel in the show, and you could have Shadowheart in the show. But it's not gonna be the same because it's like people, like they're just not gonna look the same. They're not gonna be the same actors. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you know, maybe they'll do a fantastic job. I don't think they'll do a bad job, but it's just, they should have done something else, I think. Because one thing is like doing a retelling of the story, right? Like The Last of Us or like God of War. Also, welcome back from the Az chat. Thank you for sitting through them. One thing is doing a retelling where you could probably, you know, like, it's enjoyable, right? Maybe you don't feel like replaying the game. You just want to sit down and watch the game, right? And I think that would work. I mean, we know it does work. But trying to essentially be like a sequel to the game, I don't know. I think that's rough. Yeah, that's something else that I mentioned as well. They're gonna have to pick an ending and go that way, right? Because there's various different endings, and the show being a continuation of the story, dealing with the aftermath of everything that happened. That means you are picking one ending and you're going, this is the one, which is likely just gonna be like the good ending, right? Is I'm assuming what they're going with. The weakest part of Baldur's Gate 3 is the men. How do all of them have strength as their dump stat? What are you talking about? That little guy, we can move on. I think we fight Cat Lady again. They are weak, Blythe. I think the only weak one here is you. For strength does not only come from brawn, but strength comes from the heart and the mind. Where's this then Gaki dropping from, dude? Oh, there he is. I'm gonna have to swap the two different abilities. I'm so used to having the Gaki ability on square to be the healing ability. Or my go-to ability, I guess. And now my go-to is on triangle, but muscle memory, I still hit square instead. Mother trucker. Let's see how strong your heart and mind are when my sword slices through them. You're assuming you'd even be able to get to that point. You're also assuming that slicing with a sword requires strength. What about the finesse? Finesse, schminesse. Alright, we know who the barbarian player is. Oh, we already cleared this place. I don't need to be down here. Help me, please, help! Help me! Climb up, climb up. No! Here, hold that real quick. Donuts, welcome in. And what about the romance? Ah, a charisma enjoyer. What's funny is I've always been more of a bard. SMH my head? SMH my head RN right now. Yo. Oh no, yeah, we fight the snake here. Nice, I like this guy. Oops. Rude. Give me all the loot. I play like 6 instruments and there's a whole class where you cast magic by playing instruments. How could I not be a bard? That is understandable. I think I play bard just about everywhere I can. In EverQuest 2, my main was a dirge. And my secondary character was a troubadour. Both are bard subclasses. The one time that I did try to play Final Fantasy XIV, I tried for Bard. My first playthrough Baldur's Gate 3 was a Bard. One of my favorite games, A Bard's Tale. I like Bard as a class. I always go charisma, speech, persuasion type role in RPGs, but then end up realizing the dialogue in the game just doesn't quite match my image of how I want my character to interact with others. Yet I still keep trying in every game. Yeah, the classic, you're not interested. Select. Yeah, I'm not interested. Select. You ought to go fuck yourself. You have angered the ogre. It's like, wait a minute. That's partly why I don't usually go, like, speech route in games a lot of the times. Oftentimes, it doesn't feel like the speech options, like, really match. Would they actually say? Oh man, there was a game recently. Oh, I'm trying to remember. We played a game not long ago that had dialogue options, and there were several times where the dialogue option was just like completely out of left field, and it didn't seem like it matched my selection at all. Bard as a class is just how much shit do you want to get away with and have it benefit you and your party? Sounds about right. Yeah, I don't really know how to explain it. I know it's a bit of a meme with a lot of like choose your own adventure type game. It happened a lot in the Walking Dead Telltale game. All right, round 2. By fire with fire. Alright, that was a lot easier than the first time we had to fight her. Yeah, if I could think of a better example, I would think of one, but I can't. My mind has been absolute mush this entire week. Man, why is Koei Tecmo being a little stingy with the preloads? 23 minutes away from Nioh 3. Unless you have early access, you still can't download the game. How much do you guys care about preloads? Like, do you think that should just be kind of a standard, or do you not care either ways whether you can preload a game? Resident Evil 9 showcase at the Nintendo Direct has Leon missing every shot to keep thing PG. I'm howling. That's fucking funny. That's actually really funny. Who gives a fuck? I presume that was for the preload stuff. Or sometimes it's the other way around, where you're just a kiss ass and the NPC's just big brothering you when you just agree to do a minor task for them. Yeah. It's partly why I'm not the biggest enjoyer of games where, like, making choices in dialogue is, like, kind of like a central mechanic. I enjoy it if it's not, like, necessary. And even if you fuck up, it's like, well, whatever, there's other ways of doing it. But when it's mostly, like, dialogue-oriented, it just never feels like my character can express itself. I mean, you could attribute it to anything, I guess. Yeah, that's not entirely wrong, I suppose. Ooh, Christ, that was a lot of damage. I love these mimics. I've only ever preloaded 2 games. I don't know that I've been keeping track. I'm indifferent, is how I feel about it. I do like when preloads are available. I don't really understand any reason against it or any particular reason why more developers don't do it. I don't know the logistic of anything that could go wrong with allowing people to preload a game. I'm kind of indifferent. Like, for me, a game doesn't sway me either ways, right? Like, if I can preload it, cool. If I can't preload it, I mean, cool. Like, it's not gonna get me to not buy the game. But I think it is nice. I do enjoy when games allow me to do so, because, you know, that way I can download the game the day prior, and then it's ready to go in the morning when I wake up, and all of my friends were, you know, we can all sit down and start gaming rather than, like, you know, having to wait on Joe Schmo, who's got a slower internet, or waiting on Joe Blow, whose internet drops every 5 minutes, you know what I mean? Or just having to wait for somebody to, like, wake up at an earlier time or whatever, right? To make sure everybody has it downloaded at the same time, so I think it's kind of nice to be able to just have the game ready. It's definitely handy for streaming as well. I've had it happen a few times where I could preload a game and the game would, like, go live by the time that my stream would start, and then I'd be able to, like, you know, just jump into the game as soon as it launches because I already have it downloaded. I don't have to worry about, like, well, I guess we'll stream it tomorrow because... Which I definitely think it's nice, but for me, it's not a selling point. It's nice, but it's not a selling point.
俺の新しい嫁を紹介してやる。
Yo, his bride is an entire building. Are you excited for midnight? For what, Nioh 3's launch? Not particularly. I'm not going to be playing it until Tuesday, but... but it's pretty exciting. I mean, I'm excited for when I get to play the game. I'm not particularly excited for the official release time because I'm not going to be playing it then. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Game launches in about 20 minutes. His bride is an entire house. Interesting. Bop. I was trying to interrupt the combo there. This fight is definitely a lot easier in co-op. I mean, it's not particularly difficult here, but it's a lot less hectic. There's a lot less that's focused on you. That damn electricity got me, dude. Ooh, that was a lot more damage than I thought. Okay, we still got it. That's nice. I'm gonna go to the other ones. This one, for some reason, seems to just be too far away. Oh, it is the only one up now. Oops. Let's go. What? I thought I had to go for it. Yeah, I forgot that we gotta beat up the big one. I keep using the wrong one. Used too many heals at the start. This fight is a little unfortunate with fists. Something like spear or whatever should obviously be a little bit easier. I really gotta reorientate my desk. I don't know how I always end up off-centered from the monitor. Forces me to like sit sideways, basically. I'm gonna need to get more heals. God, they fly so slow. I thought it was gonna reach me a lot sooner. Did you all, like, get together? Did you all have, like, a meeting? Xenon, welcome in. Oh, Christ. This boss is a little infuriating. Mainly because you can't fucking hit the thing. Bold of you to assume I can communicate with others, you know what? That's very fair. I see you're fighting Excella John. Is it John? John? Ah. Unfortunately. I see you're fighting Excella, just can't stay away from RE5, can you? Apparently not. Apparently not. I'm just so drawn to it. I'm gonna start off with this just for the sake of preserving my HP because there are multiples out at the moment, right? Oh, Cannoli, I'm out of the loop. How come I'm seeing a bunch of people saying buy Nioh 3, not Code Vein 2? Because they're both Souls-likes. They both release within a week of each other. Code Vein 2 is not being liked, and Nioh 3 is being absolutely loved. Yeah, apparently Code Vein 2 is kind of taking a bit of a step backwards in some ways from the first game. And presumably the open world did not do it any favors. From what I'm hearing, the open world is incredibly empty, and there's just like not much to reward exploration. But the whole game is open world, so that that's a tough sell. But apparently the boss fights are super fun. So there's that, and the combat is more or less the same as Code Vein 1. So if you enjoyed the combat in Code Vein 1, you'll enjoy the combat in Code Vein 2. While Nioh 3, on the other hand, from what I played in the demo, it was an absolute blast. I think a great evolution of the Nioh gameplay. And yeah, from the reviews that I'm hearing about, like, it seems like both publications and players are just, like, loving the fuck out of the game. Gionni. Hey, Gionni! I'm gonna play Code Vein 1 once my ears are fixed. I did see people say Code Vein 2 removed a lot of the gothic aspect, which makes me sad. But I don't know. I haven't played them yet. Yeah, I think I'm still gonna play Code Vein 2. It's still a game that I'll probably think I'm going to enjoy. But at this moment, yeah, if you ask me, should I get Code Vein 2 or Nioh 3, I'm gonna tell you Nioh 3 as well. Now, my opinion probably doesn't mean shit because I haven't seen anything of Code Vein 2 because I want to stay as blind as possible, but... Also, I could be wrong, but I kept hearing that they removed co-op in Code Vein 2. Not that the game is out. I don't know if anybody can confirm or deny that, but supposedly they removed co-op from Code Vein 2? Which fucking sucks, honestly. While on the other hand, Nioh just kind of improved. Oh, I was trying to pay attention to the laser. I heard it. Okay, that was actually worth it. Oh, barely missed it. At least he didn't hit us, and I did get damage in, so unfortunate. Unfortunate. I'm just gonna pop this. I should not have jumped in that. Falcon Punch! No, 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 no! My dumbass. Let's not fall off. I don't actually know if you can fall off, but let's not. Oh, wait. No, maybe. No, we're good. Okay. No, that was scripted. Okay, we're good. We're chilling. We're chilling. Are you fighting a fucking house? Not only am I fighting a house, but this was somebody's wife. Thank you for the GG biddies. I was talking to someone about Resident Evil 9 that wants to go in as blind as possible. I'm like, brother, they haven't shown anything to spoil yet. Yeah, not really. Actively, no less. Dude, there still is no gameplay demo. Game's out in like 3 weeks. That felt good. They went from here's a majority of the game in trailers and footage and the demo that spoils big plot points to here's fucking nothing, enjoy it. And you know what? I'm enjoying it, Capcom, thank you. I guess if I have to pick between the two extremes, yeah, I probably would rather get nothing than everything. Although it makes you kind of wonder if they have some kind of like big sort of reveal or twist that they want to give out, and that's why they're trying to like not let out as much as they can, just kind of keeping it reeled in. Might take a quick break during the next ad break. It'll be about the halfway point anyways. It's absolutely going to be filled with nostalgia bait. I think they're holding off because a returning beloved character will play a large role in the game and they don't want to spoil it. This cutscene is sick, by the way. Surprise, motherfucker.
真打ちのお出ましだよ
You traitorous bastard, dude.
とんだ三文芝居だな。
先に行って
I haven't seen any leaks about that. I'm just guessing. Yeah, I'd be surprised if we don't see at least another returning character. I mean, they're bringing it back to Raccoon City. They showed us some key locations. We have Leon. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be at least one or more characters that make some kind of a cameo at the very least. I mean, we already know that Leon existing probably means Zeta's there. Because they can't seem to separate the two fucking characters. I love her look, but I can't unsee the NASCAR checkered flags on her arms. You know? I hate that. Thank you for pointing it out. The Nintendo Showcase showed some new stuff, and it included a voiceover of a character talking to Leon through comms. It sounds like Sherry. You guys watched the Nintendo Direct? That's crazy. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. No problem. That's what I'm here for, to ruin things. You know, somebody's gotta do it. Somebody's gotta do it. I can only thank you for taking on that mantle. Don't shoot there. Pretty sure there was this Hunnigan. You can hear her in the Leon reveal. Wouldn't be surprised. Probably more likely that. Such a short few weeks away, man. With Nioh 3 keeping me company until Resident Evil 9, the time is gonna fly by so fast. I watched the Resident Evil segment for it. I was at work otherwise. I respect it, I respect it. Here's my pitch for a Resident Evil game. Leon's back. Everyone else is played by Muppets. What is this, the Game Awards? Campus.
太后殿下には近寄らせぬ。死ぬ気でかかってまいれ。
Come back. Oh my god, he juked me. Oh, you handled that real quick. I'm gonna lay down. Oh, we're out of ammo with that. The Kadunk should be right in here. Fucking spear users, dude. I will forever hate spear users. I'm actually surprised we survived that. I for sure thought I was gonna fucking die. I watched the new Muppet Show special earlier and it was simply so fun and charming, and I hope they do 30 more seasons. I have never once consumed any form of Muppet material. The only time I've ever seen the Muppets as I am watching something has been during the Game Awards. Like, I was aware of the Muppets beforehand and all that, right? It wasn't like I was introduced to them by the Game Awards, but you know, I've never watched anything Muppet related. I'm a person with joy and whimsy in my life. Uh-huh. Says the one who thinks strength only comes from muscles. Whimsy, huh? What really is whimsy, Blind? Look at this guy. What the fuck? What in the input read was that, dude? He literally turned around the split second I fired the rifle, dude. You cannot tell me that was not an input read. Warm, sweet drinks. I can see that. I can see that. I had whimsy. Just, you know, you grew up with the Muppets. I grew up with Evil Dead, Alien, The Fly, It, Nightmare on Elm Street. It was just a different type of whimsy. Don't you dare. I'm still alive. I am not alive. And every time I lift up my bottle, my fucking elbow hurts. Or not my elbow, but the muscles around it, rather. I might have actually just slightly overdone it on Monday. I thought he was gonna attack when I fired, so I was trying to aim where he was gonna duck to. Big whiff, though. Big whiff. Man, they really gave everybody a spear over here. See the grab. Do I live? Oh, I actually do. You know, now I'm actually kind of curious for anybody that cares to share. What is what sort of genre of media did you grow up with? Did you watch a lot of movies? Did you watch a lot of like constructive content, I guess you could call it, like, you know, those for kid shows that are meant to teach kids, like, you know, how to count and whatnot, similar to like the Muppets and what have you? Did you grow up watching lots of anime? What was the... What was your... I was about to call it poison. What was your media of choice growing up? Yeah, let's try to just get one guy at a time. Oh, they just don't care. Wait, I'm raiding. I watched a lot of Nickelodeon and PBS and eventually Disney Channel. Favorite shows growing up were Hey Arnold, that's a good one. Recess is another good one. Kim Possible and Cyber Chase. I don't know that I've ever heard of Cyber Chase. Not made for kids, but I also watched a lot of MTV's Daria. Daria is sick. That had a big impact on my personality. That's very fair. Cyber Chase was a PBS show. Chris Lloyd, aka Doc Brown, voiced the main villain. Interesting. I personally grew up watching like a lot of mixed stuff. I've never really consumed a lot of like intended for kids sort of content. I mean, I watched some, you know, kid shows and whatnot. Like the Ghostbusters animated series, I mean, I guess you could argue that was like for young adult, but I'd say that's a kid show overall. I watched stuff like Pokemon and what have you, but like a lot of what I watched was like more geared towards, I guess, like younger or older teens, younger adult sort of stuff. Just because that's kind of like what my brother watched a lot of this, a lot of times. So I grew up on like stuff like Celebrity Deathmatch, Golden Boy. There was an old anime called, I think it was Alexander the Conqueror. I can't remember. That had one of the weirdest art styles to date, but it was fucking amazing. Ghost in the Shell. I watched a lot of horror. I think the most, like, I guess kid-friendly stuff that I watched was stuff like Pokemon, Dragon Ball, the Batman animated series. Love that one quite a bit. And just other random stuff that would just kind of play. Ooh, Fist of the North Star, that was a big one. That was like my favorite shit back in the day. I still love Fist of the North Star. Sailor Moon, of course, would race home after school to catch the episodes in time. Sailor Moon used to play in Italy before one of the shows that I watched. I don't remember what it was before. It wasn't one that I would pay attention to. I did enjoy it, but I wasn't super into it. Man, I don't even remember the name of the characters. Is it... Which one is the red one? Is it Mars? No, Mars is the orange one, is it? Oh man, I can't even remember. I think the red one was my favorite sailor. Scrolled up too fast. Wait, I can pick that up. Wait, wait, wait. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Hold up. I got something for you. I got something for you. There you go. There's the box. I'm trying to unlock the shortcut or make it to the next shrine in time, because we got some ads rolling up here. Yo, what up? I guess we do have the shortcut, huh? Okay. I'm gonna park myself here, chat. There is an ad break coming up, and we are about halfway through the streams. We're 3 hours in. So I would like to take a quick 5-minute break, so we're gonna do just that. I'll be back in about 5. If you need to take a break yourself, chat, if you've been sitting down this whole time, make sure you stand up, stretch a little bit, get yourself maybe a snack, a drink, treat yourself, and I will see you when I return. Alright, I'm back. I hope the soothing sounds of Nioh have kept you good company while it's gone. What was the question? I was fucking up monsters in Treno. I was asking what kind of shows people grew up on. Did you mostly like watch movies? Was it like live action stuff? Was it more animated things? Any specific show that you were like really gripped on as a youngin'? The one item I missed when I was picking up everything was the key we needed. I was going crazy. I was like, I'm pretty sure all I had to do was like kill just the dude. The main one I can recall from my childhood was Redwall. I don't know that I'm familiar with that one either. What was it about? When I was real young, most of my interest was games. When I finally became interested in shows, it was to watch Ghost Hunters and Ghost Adventures with my dad. Pretty much any ghost hunting shows. Interesting. I don't know that that ever was something that played in Italy. I could be completely wrong. But I don't know if we ever had like any like supernatural hunting shows that aired in Italy, at least not in the channels that I watched. I need to get rid of that fucking gunman back there. Alright, I'm awful. I'm gonna stop. Look at his helmet, holy shit. It was a medieval fantasy show about animals, the gentle creatures, mice, squirrels, moles, hares, otters, and the vermin, rats, weasels, stoats, and foxes. I feel like you've brought the show up before, not that you mentioned that it was like animals and whatnot. I have talked about it before, okay. Man, it's got otters. I guess I need to check it out. Whoops. Dude, somebody take this gun away from me. I just can't aim. I always say that I don't play games like Apex or anything like that because I just don't like PvP games anymore. No, it turns out, actually, as Nioh is showcasing, that I'm horrible at aiming. But wait a minute, is it just because it's a controller? Maybe it's just because it's a controller. Hold on. Let me see, let me see. I'll try the next one with the mouse. See if it's just copium or what. Okay, well, at least I landed the shots. Only one of those hit a weak spot, though. Don't you fucking dare, dude. I fuck with ghost stuff heavily. It's probably all fake or whatever, but it's fun and it's creepy when they actually catch something. My dad got me a Ouija board for one Christmas, and my mom was pissed. Oh man, that's funny. I still find it funny that like, okay, so in regards to like the Ouija board, am I misremembering here, or was it not something that a toy company made? Or did they like somehow buy the rights of something that already exists and then they made it? Because I feel like I've always been told that it was originally like just like a kid's toy. But somehow people turned it into this thing where like, oh my god, if you fuck with it, the devil. You know? What is happening to his audio? I don't think that's intended. I don't think that's how Mizuki normally sounds. It's owned by a toy company and even licensed for a film, a la Battleship. Interesting. I think I've actually seen the Ouija board movie, if I'm not wrong. It's kind of weird, the quote-unquote power that we give certain things because of superstition or religion. Yeah, I think it's fun to like supernatural stuff, honestly. The occult, supernatural, maybe it's all real, maybe it's all bullshit. I do think it's still very much fun to explore and talk about. The talking board was used by spiritual mediums following the Civil War. Okay, so it's not just something that a toy company came up. I guess they own the rights to the name? Or the publishing, or whatever it is, okay, but it is something that was before, okay. Oh man, I don't remember what the name is for these things, but they're kind of like an offshoot of creepypastas. And there was a period of time where I kept getting these, and I was just like addicted to listening to them. And they would tell you like how to like do certain games, right? That would, I forget the name of any one of them, otherwise I'd point you guys towards one. But they would be like these little shorts where they'd be like, oh, if you do this is the name of this game. Here's what you're gonna need. You need this and this and this. This is what exactly you have to do. Otherwise, your soul is gonna be taken, or some like wacky shit like that. And it was just like, you gotta sit in a closet and have a doll sitting across from you. You have to stare at the doll until like 3:43 a.m. rolls by, and then you have to clap 3 times, light a candle, and you have to do it exactly in that order. It was like some weird shit, but like there were so many variations of these, and they were kind of fun to listen to. I want to say they were basically just like spin-offs of creepypastas, but I'm not sure. Oh, he's still alive. Whoops. This one part on the Ouija board's Wikipedia page made me lol. Following its commercial patent by businessman Elijah Bond being passed on 10 February 1891, I can't read. The Ouija board was regarded as an innocent parlor game unrelated to the occult until American spiritualist Pearl Curran popularized its use as a divining tool during World War I. Interesting. Okay. So, what's the talking board then? Is that just like what the Ouija board is based off of, or? Same thing, different name. Okay. Hey, what's up, fella? Looking at his helmet makes me want to eat some squid. Oh man, some fried squid? Oh man. I could go from some fried calamari right now. There's a Japanese spot nearby that we don't go to anymore because it's kind of expensive. And the food is not great, all things considered. It's not worth the cost. But they have a grilled squid as an appetizer. It's actually really fucking good. It's probably my favorite thing in that place. Campus, my boy. Come here. Oh man, thinking about it, that makes me really hungry. Okay. Let's focus on wrapping up the game. Oh man, talking about squid, I've made myself really fucking hungry. We might actually call it early so I can get some food early. We'll still finish the game, obviously, but if we happen to finish early instead of doing DLC stuff, we might just call it a little bit early and get myself some good meal. Sounds good. Thank you. I wish I had some ammo here. No buffing. Dude, why does everybody have spears in this fucking mission? I hate it. Oh, I hate it so much. Oh my word. Alright. Back to feeling joy. I really don't know why I hate spear users so much. Like, yeah, I've talked about like the hitboxes and you know, and stuff like that before. But oh man, just every time I see a spear using enemy, it just drives me into a fit of rage. My bad. Dude, give me a second chance, please. A lot of the fear from things like Ouija boards is the spiritual or occult belief that if a large amount of people believe in something, that's where... What the fuck? Can enough of us believe that spear users should be deleted from video games? Can we believe that as a community? I can't even read chat, dude. My goodness. Okay, pause. A lot of the fear from things like Ouija boards is the spiritual or occult belief that if a large amount of people believe in something, that's where it gains power. People have argued that is why the old gods went away for a while due to the rise of Christianity, causing most people to no longer believe or worship them. Hence, they lost their power. But with the rise of religious freedom, bringing their power back. Oh my goodness. Cthulhu about to make a return. He's gonna drop his album. I mean, it makes sense, right? Just even if we remove like things like spirituality and the belief in the occult and supernatural, right? If enough people believe something to be true, they are going to behave accordingly, right? So even if that thing actually holds no power, people behaving like it has power kind of does actually give it that power to a degree, right? Whether or not it's real. I believe with all my heart there is a slice of cake right in front of me right now. Man, imagine. It didn't work. Damn, not enough people believed in it. See, I would help you out. I would try to believe in a cake for you, but I'm kind of thinking about that squid right now. And I don't think you want a weird mixture of cake and squid coming your way. Oh, man. Is there any dessert that uses, like, seafood? I would try it. I love seafood. Ooh, got him. Thank you. God, the more I talk about squid, the more my stomach rumbles, dude. I'm so bad. Thank you. Holy moly. There's no way you can? What? Alright, let's just do away with all of this. Trying to play it safe. As safe as I can. They put so many of these guys at this segment. Nice. Oh boy. Okay, thankfully that thing depleted his key really fast. I was a little bit worried. And we're back. Nice, this is really cool. There's a few Kodamas we missed. But again, that's alright. Don't worry, I'm not going to be rushing through or anything once we get into Nioh 3. I will very much take my sweet time with Nioh 3. Don't you worry. We're just doing this here to, you know, roll credits. Trying to speed it up. Nioh 3, I'm going to take my sweet time. I'm going to look at every piece of gear. We're going to get every little guy. Gonna try to explore as much as we can. Leave no leaf unturned. Okay, I love the other ones that are good. Finish it! Holy shit! He blocked the whole thing. I was hoping our punch there would go off a little bit sooner. Or, not a little bit sooner, it's got the same time, but... I was hoping it would go off before he was able to block. Here we go. At least I'm pretty sure this is boss time. Oh, this is not what I was thinking about. I forgot that we have to fight him again. Damn. Unfortunate. Yeah, he's got a little bit stronger since the last time we fought him. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, I think I'm really fast, thank you guys. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Keep making the mistake, dude. I am so eager to start attacking after a block that I hit my attack button before I let go of my block and I put myself into that long ass animation. What's up, Ochata? I know, but I can't right now. Here, I'll lean back so you can get back down. You put yourself in the most precarious situation, and then you whine as if somehow it's somebody else's fault. Cat, time. That's fine. Should have waited for a little bit more heat to restore instead of engaging immediately. Oh, fuck's sake. I'm gonna unbind that fucking ability, I swear. I say that all the time, but I can't. I fucking love it. I love using it. But I keep using it on accident. I fucking hate it. Okay, I need to not overextend. Because I keep falling right into that counter. Oh, all the other times, they don't chase me up here. This time they do. All right. Good to know that that's a thing. Dude, I have never done it this many times in a row. Throughout the entire playthrough, it's happened that sometimes I do it. Mostly when I'm panicking. Here I've been doing it every attempt. Come on, man. Use your noggin. Use your brain. Alright, I guess I do need to watch out for these guys. Okay. Ah, I thought it was a little bit closer. Alright. Oh, for fuck's sake. I keep just being shy of it. You know what? I want to be a yokai too. Let's go. Damn, his horns are fucking huge. Hey, some birds can be assholes, dude. Some birds can be assholes. That's pretty fucking funny, though. Out of everything on that battlefield, that's a fucking bird. Oh man. Yet strangely, it seems very on point for Final Fantasy. Touch the dead man. It's always an old guy. It's always an old guy. Oh my god, are those humanities? I was really hoping I could stagger him there. I should have backed out. Oops. Oops. Yeah, I just need to do it outside. Alright, fuck it. Also, yesterday I witnessed Winston's first low blood sugar episode since he got diabetes. If you even look at him, his tail wags like crazy, but last night he would barely move and his tail was tucked between his legs. We had to feed him a donut and rub corn syrup on his gums. Damn. Poor guy. Kind of crazy how resilient animals can be. But how like fragile they are at the same time. Because I guess that's the same thing with humans too. People have survived some crazy shit, but then oops, I got a cold. Fucking hate getting stun locked in games, dude. Yeah. The fact that you get hit once and your character's in this like 1.5 second animation and you can't just like roll out of it or anything. I know I can, you know, let me try to do that because I know that you can use a burst counter to kind of just sort of interrupt animations. Maybe in those scenarios that's what I should be doing. Anytime someone's watching a Western and are like, I wish we could go back to simpler times, enjoy dying at age 30 because we went outside in the winter for 4 minutes. Yeah, I always find it funny too. I think a lot of the stuff has been very heavily romanticized. I've seen a lot of people be like, oh man, I wish I could go back to medieval times. So like what, you could die from like a small cut? You know, like, I don't... Like, there's definitely something to be said if you enjoy, like, an outdoors lifestyle and you don't really care about being, you know, plugged into the internet 24/7, I guess. But, like, the convenience of just, like, basic medical needs being accessible to everybody, you know, even something as simple as, like, a painkiller, refrigerators, AC, heating systems. Like, I don't know that I would ever give any of that up to go back to a time where, like, mortality rates were high, you know what I mean? Just from, like, simple stuff. And maybe that's a misconception. Maybe people lived a lot longer than we thought, you know? But, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm fine leaving those quote-unquote simpler times behind. Thought I had enough time. I wish I could go back. Married off at 13, pregnant at 14, dies during childbirth at 14, but people went outside more so. It was the good old days. I think there was something recently about how people actually lived longer than we assume, but we're just more likely to die from stuff that's nothing to us now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised that people didn't die as young as we thought they did. Man, just like... I mean, just in general, imagine going back to a time before antibiotics were a thing. You know what I mean? Like, no, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, this is my bad for jumping in the middle of all of that. I'm a tremendous baby when I get sick or I'm in pain. I would last 0.5 minutes in any year pre-1980. There's just like too many conveniences modern times that like, okay, yeah, sure, you can make the argument that maybe we're too reliant on it. But just like, just, you know, like not having our food spoil over evening, you know, without having to douse it in salt, you know what I mean? You know, again, like just simple stuff like refrigeration, temperature controls, basic medical stuff, like that's just... No, I can't see myself giving any of that up. It's crazy. Like, I think I could see myself going back to before, like, you know, being plugged into the network 24/7. Sure, yeah. But not being able to, like, eat a pizza and then put the leftovers in the fridge? What are we talking about? Actually, imagine going back to a time before pizza. Nah! Not happening. No, I'm staying here. All right. I'm sure there's probably some positives of going back to certain eras, but let's also not forget that depending on who you are, you might also just get like offed immediately, right? Like even regardless the, you know, lack of medical treatments and stuff like that, like, you know, you're the wrong person in the wrong place when you go back in the good old days, you're not gonna have a very happy life regardless. I was trying to transform so fucking frequently after I completely whiffed. I kept pressing fucking Y, dude. Also, food, people don't realize that all these choices we have now didn't come from nowhere. People had to die for railways and... Yep. Yep. Depending on where you go back to and when you go back to, you just simply might not have certain ingredients. You might just simply not have certain foods, period. Yeah, a lot of stuff has been romanticized. Like medieval times, Old West, like all this stuff has been like heavily romanticized. And I don't think people realize exactly what they'd be putting themselves into when they say, I wish I could go back to. You said it all with one word. Antibiotics? Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty big one, isn't it? That's a pretty big one. I thought I had time. I thought I had time! Fuck! I thought I had time! I think something that's probably a bigger positive, I suppose, in those times would probably be natural beauty. I think there's a lot of areas nowadays that, you know, are obviously covered in concrete and what have you. So I can see a point being made by like, you know what, I'm a big nature guy. This is just a really bad start. Let me fucking move, dude. Ah! I love Nioh 2. It's one of my favorite games of all time, but oh man, ever since my first playthrough, the stun locks in this game drive me fucking crazy. I know I said I was gonna try to use burst counters to break me out of it, but I'm surprised I got that off, but I kind of wish I hadn't now. Okay, why do I not have any ad sneaks? Okay, I do have it. The OBS chat and the Twitch dashboard, they always show two different things. It's kind of annoying. I don't know how else to put it. This is kind of annoying. Snooze the tabs. I'm gonna try to get them. I do want to take a break if I can't get them soon, but we are also 4 hours in, and as I mentioned, I'm getting incredibly hungry. Talking about that squid earlier just, like, legitimately made my stomach rumble. It awakened a hunger that I didn't think I had. Miriam, welcome in. Way late on that. Okay, I thought he was going to be a little bit quicker with his revival there. Fuck, I'm wasting all of my buffs. I couldn't remember if he actually had a third phase going on. I think that might be DLC stuff. Get me out of here, dude. Trying to get me some damn food. Now, please make sure nobody gets a hold of that damn horn again. Alright, it's time to go time to go say hi to our mom again, who the devs decided to make inexplicably attractive. Holy shit, she can walk on water. Why can't we do that? We die immediately when we walk out on the water, dude. Where's our walk on water yokai ability, huh? Need to double check something. Say we only have a couple of missions left. I don't think this is DLC. I think we got just a couple more to go. Hey, look at that. It's the protagonist of Nioh 1. Yeah, I believe Nioh 2 is supposed to be a sort of prequel to Nioh 1, or at the very least, I think the events of Nioh 2 precede the events of Nioh 1.
So you're not a morning person then?
Jesus Christ, he's whooping my ass. Man, I'm really excited for Nioh 3. Gonna have to get it ready, test settings and all that over the weekend, but next Tuesday, well, yeah, next week, we're gonna be digging deep into it. I'm excited. The demo was loads of fun. It was really, really fun. Like, I thought I liked Nioh after all the hours I put into Nioh 2. I did not think Nioh 3 was gonna allow me to have just that much fun. And maybe it's just because it's like, you know, oh, it's a brand new game that I've been anticipating, but yeah, I am enjoying it. Or I enjoyed the demo quite a bit. I don't want to say that I enjoyed it more than I've enjoyed Nioh 2 because it's just a small part, but it was so good that if the rest of the game is like the demo or better, it's gonna be nuts. What's nuts is actually the ads that I forgot to snooze because I was too busy yapping. So there's gonna be an ad break that's gonna happen here in a few seconds. So my apologies in advance. I guess if the cutscene ends quickly enough while the ad break runs, I'm gonna go refill my water. Sorry, Nioh man. We've just taken your spirit weapon. Or living weapon, I think it's called.
An English-speaking ninja. A warrior without a past. Then I met a Tanuki. With the weight of the world on his shoulders. In the heat of battle, I learned
true meaning of struggle. With the defeat of the Spaniard today, finally the war is at an end. I stand ready to battle demons. I stand as a samurai.
Wow.
I leave the two of you to it.
Oh, right. Okay, so I think we only have just one more mission to go. I should have waited for another cutscene.
陶器四郎が倒れて平和になるどころか、起こったのは大きな戦ばっかり。関ヶ原や大阪の陣、それに勝った徳川が今や世を治めてる。その徳川に力を貸したってのがあの異国の男ウィリアム。彼がここに来たのはある女を追ってのことらしいわ。起きてすぐのところ悪いけど急いで後を追いましょう。
Yeah, sorry that you just woke up and almost got your ass beat, but we need to go to war right now. Alright, before we go into the final mission here, and welcome back from the ads. I'm sorry that I didn't snooze them right before the cutscene happened. Part of me hates that I've gotten into K-pop because I know what the idols go through, but another part of me is just jamming to some good music. Yeah, the idol culture, both in Korea and in Japan, is really, really fucked up. They push those performers. I was like, performance? Performance what? Performance artist? That sounds too long. I know it's correct, but performers. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they push them to the limits. Between adhering to a strict diet, adhering to a strict, you know, beauty and workout routine, all the choreography that they have to constantly practice and learn, the way that it basically like denies them any real sort of life in any sort of like romantic way. You end up lacking freedom, having to go to all the meetups. It's tough, but you know, what can you do? It's not an industry that's going anywhere. Does that mean you should support it? But the music is good. The music is good. There are some people that are willing to put themselves through there because they're enamored with the idea of an idol, so on one end it's fucked up, on one end some people are putting themselves through there. Although admittedly they are kind of predating on younger fellas because they don't know any better. The music industry sucks. Chat, I'm gonna go refill my water and I will be back shortly. I'm not even gonna put the beer back screen up. I'll be back in about 30 seconds. Count him up. Count him up. Count him up. It's a crazy thing, but I can't lie. Watching the videos, I really am like, damn, all these people are beautiful. But what they go through together is just not great. Yeah. Yeah. They sacrifice a lot, that's for sure. And you know what's even worse? I'm pretty sure that both Japan and Korea have like a mandatory military service. You know what's fucked up? A lot of the time, those performers, or the bands in general, sometimes the whole band as a whole. The whole band as a whole, good one, Cannoli. Really good with words, huh? Sometimes they'll have to stop their, you know, their career to go do this mandatory military service. And then when they come back, nobody cares anymore. There's a lot of music artists that go through that were idols, and a lot of them, a lot of bands, especially if they're sought after enough, if they're popular enough, they can continue and be successful after their mandatory military service. And there are some artists that if they have the know-how, know the right people, have the talent, and, you know, just are good at making the music, or at least are good at making music that people want to hear, they're able to be successful, right? But there are a lot of idols that they'll go through the mandatory military service, come back, and then they just don't have a career anymore. They have to, like, do other stuff, essentially. I don't know if they still have mandatory military service. I could be wrong there. I feel like they do. Saint coming in hot with the raid. I appreciate it. Let me give you a cheeky shout out here. See if we can hit you with the automated. Can we hit you with the we hit them with the automated. Welcome in. I hope you had a fantastic stream, and I hope 7 Days to Die went well. And Raiders, welcome in. I hope you're all having a great evening, day, morning, wherever you might be. If you don't know me, I am Cannoli Senpai. I play Souls, Horror, and Magic the Gathering, and right now we are trying to wrap up the Nioh 2 playthrough that we've been going through. This is the very final mission, by the way, so if you don't want any Nioh 2 spoilers, this is probably a good time to tune out. It is the final mission of the base game. But yeah, very excited to then hop into Nioh 3. Not today. We'll be doing that next week. But yeah, welcome in, everybody. Korea does. I don't know about Japan. Fair, fair. And of course, both streamer and community, since you've all just got done streaming and sitting through a stream, if you need to get up on off the chair and take care of yourself, and Saint, obviously, if you need to do any post-stream stuff and you need to raid and run, I completely understand. Make sure you all take care of yourselves. What do you think about mandatory military service in general? I think it's goofy. Like, I'm into boxing, and I know Ali kind of dodged it. I honestly think I would never ever want to serve such a cause. It's goofy. I think mandatory military service is goofy. I think it's both good and bad that we have such a strong military ordeal going on in the United States where military service is completely optional. I don't think anybody should be forced to serve in the military if they don't want to, even if it's for a couple of years. I know that some good can come of it, right? Or at least some people think so, between learning discipline and respect and etc., etc. You can learn all that in other ways. I don't think military service should ever be mandatory in any country. I'm sure we can think of exceptions, but just in general, I do not agree with mandatory military service. In general, I don't agree with the government forcing anything on anybody for any extended period of time, realistically, but that's a different discussion. Thank you kindly. Hope stream's going well. I'm gonna lurk to avoid spoilers. Have a great night and an awesome tomorrow. I appreciate the raid. Appreciate you stopping by. And yeah, avoid all the spoilers. This is a great game to play blind. Or maybe tomorrow if you remember that MTGA kind of sucks sometimes. Yeah! I'm tempted. I'm tempted. Trust me. I am very, very tempted. And that, of course, when I say, you know, when I say what I say, I don't have anything wrong with people wanting to serve the military. I don't have anything wrong with people thinking or, you know, wanting to join to protect their country. The unfortunate part is that is hardly ever what they're actually doing. It's always people that don't know any better fighting for causes that they don't know the reasons why, being puppeted around with people with more power and money than they have brains. So while I think the cause is honorable, oftentimes it's pointless. And I don't think anybody should be forced into that. Korea is a little understandable with North Korea there, but I usually find forced service very cringe, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm sure there's exceptions of like countries that are just kind of like near other countries or that are in such a state that like if they don't get people in, like they're just not gonna have a military force, right? I get that. But yeah, in general, I disagree with it. I think Italy did away with theirs not that long ago. If I'm not wrong. Or maybe they still haven't and I just think they've done away with it. I can't remember. Decided to do Magic. First game is Heir Apparent deck. Actually, I've not seen a lot of Heir Apparent decks. They've fallen out of being the flavor of the month. And I'm very, very happy about it. They're still there, unfortunately. People still very much play them, but they're not as common anymore. There he goes. I am so fucked. Fellas, can you go before me?
Don't let the sword down.
Guys, please be useful. Yo, this is where we were. What? So I am... Oh, here we go. I knew I ran right by it. Oh, speaking of Magic, since I went on a little rant earlier, apparently we're gonna have some new bans being announced on Monday for Commander. A lot of people think Ristic Study is gonna bite the dust. Which, even though I am a Ristic Study enjoyer, and I do have several copies of it, I don't have it in as many decks as I used to anymore. I only have it in 2 decks. Just because it's fitting for the deck. Rather than, oh, it's a good card, let me stick it in the deck. So yeah, I think Ristic Study might actually get banned. But I'm curious to see if they ban anything else or unban anything else or if they make any changes. In general, I really don't like the Wizards of the Coast is now in charge of the Commander ruling. Now, that said, obviously, Wizards of the Coast cannot come to your house and decide how you play the game. You can play without a ban list. You don't have to listen to Wizards of the Coast rulings, but, you know, in general, the public is going to. I really don't like Wizards of the Coast being in charge. I think they make some questionable decisions, and it's far too obvious that some of the choices that they decide to make are, you know, not with the best intent of the player base in mind. And I think they, not to have like the tinfoil hat on, I think they are very much starting to make rules just for the sake of selling sets. There was a rule change recently with Edge of Eternities that came out, where you can now have vehicles and spacecrafts as commanders, which I think is neat, and it opens up for some cool deck builds. I think it's interesting, and overall, it's a pretty innocent change. I don't like the fact that they did that just so people might be more enticed to buy packs of Edge of Eternities. And, of course, in an unofficial post, the talk of hybrid mana and how it should work came up right before Lorwyn, a set with hybrid mana, came out. And I really don't like that some of these potential ruling decisions and ruling talks seem to coincide with fucking new sets coming out. And I really don't think new rules should be made for the sake of selling a product. I think it's very silly. Makes sense. They want the money. They're gonna do stuff that gives them the money. But it's goofy. It's very goofy. Rules should be made with the benefit of the health of the game in mind. To promote healthy competition and a healthy gaming environment. It should never be made with the product first. Or with sales first, rather, I should say. But what can you do? I bitch and moan about it, and I still buy the cards. Although most of what I buy is secondary market. Other than, like, recently buying, like, you know, the 3 booster boxes, one for Turkir, one for Edge of Eternities, and one for Lorwyn. I don't really buy too much sealed stuff, honestly. And if Wizards of the Coast keeps that, I'm just gonna keep buying less and less. Plan to stick with fists in Nioh 3 or plan on switching it up? It depends. The weapons are similar but different. There's different skills. They have different attacks. They feel similar but maneuver differently. So maybe. I'll see how it is. I didn't get a chance to play too much with fists in the demo. Some weapons were a bit less common to find, and I only found fists like way after... or way later into the demo, pretty much when I was ready to just wrap up the demo and uninstall it. So we'll see. Out of the weapons that I tried, I think dual swords is what I'm settling on. But if fists end up being as fun in Nioh 3 as they were in Nioh 2 for me, I'll probably go on fists, yeah. Although I played with Tom Fuzz a little bit, and those were really fucking cool too. I didn't like him in Nioh 2, but in Nioh 3, they felt pretty good. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. Absolutely, I think people often do learn those ideas of discipline through just introspective existential thought rather than violence for a cause they don't really understand the scope of, let alone under the T-Man, whose name is basically equivalent to Voldemort at this point to me. Not to get too political, but I guess I inevitably did. I mean, that's fine. I don't mind politics as long as, you know, it's a discussion and not an argument. Everything is political whether people like it or not, so it is what it is. But no, you're all good. Yeah, war has never really been good. I don't think off the top of my head, other than to like liberate people, war is only usually done for one and one reason only. Either to oppress another group of people or to take resources, or for a country to take resources for themselves. There's definitely cases throughout history where, you know, war is inevitable and you gotta fight violence with violence. Because peace isn't always the correct option. But yeah, oftentimes war is done for the benefit of those who are already too rich. Yikes. Well, yeah, why would you buy seal stuff? You prefer otters? True, it is true. Man, I wish I'd gotten into Magic when Bloom Burrow came out. I would have loved to pick up a booster box of Bloom Burrow. I mean, I did get into Magic right around Bloom Burrow coming out, actually. Or back into Magic, I should say. Because I did buy a thing of, what are they called now? Gift packs or whatever? Of Bloom Burrow. I guess I just wasn't really like fully into, oh, I'm playing with friends again. Sort of thing. It was more like I'm still casually collecting Magic. More than anything. Oh, shit. Hell yeah, dude. That entire thing is gonna collapse anyways. Not to delve too much into the political stuff, but that shit is gonna fucking collapse, dude. There's fucking leaks from chat rooms with ICE members saying that they're getting tired of doing what they're doing, which, like, wow, took you long enough to realize you're doing some fucked up shit, huh, you boot stomping motherfucker? There's been people saying that they're not getting the bonuses that they signed up for, that they're not getting the pay that they were promised. Imagine that, you're being lied to, huh? Go fucking figure. Then they had the bright idea of wanting to go to LA and Compton. Oh, man. I gotta say, it's been really good seeing people stand up to that shit. Okay, I don't remember. We gotta go. I'm so not used to paying attention to two chats at the same time. Okay, so in Italy, the military service is voluntary, apparently. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was mandatory or voluntary. I said the stream was gonna end early. I think it's gonna look like it's gonna end on time. God, I love the music for this mission. Anyways, how's Nioh 2? Such a cool game. It's pretty good. It is a pretty good video game. Oh my god, it's knockoff Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower. Me too. Let's have a proper mirror match. Okay, it seems like they're winning because I'm awful. Ooh! I whiffed that really hard. I'd like to pop one heal, please. Thank you. Get me out of here, dude. Oh, we were doing so well at the start, man. Ooh. I can't fucking move. There's a goddamn rock. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we're about to die here. I just don't have any heals on me at the moment. I think these games are overlooked by the Souls and Sekiro fan base. I mean, how cool are the enemies in Nioh? I'm always floored by basically all the bosses and enemies in general. Kind of like Liza P, just a game that gets its own aesthetic. Nioh very much is its own thing. Some people would even argue it shouldn't even be classified with Souls-likes. I think it has enough similarities. We've had this talk before where if a game has enough similarities, then it falls in that genre, right? But much like Liza P, Nioh does its own thing. It definitely draws from Souls games or similar titles, but it very much stands on its own, and it's a very strong title at that. Yeah, this game is fantastic. I wish more people loved it, but Nioh 3 is getting raving reviews, and people are loving it, so hopefully that pushes people into giving the Nioh series more love. Also, on top of the game looking cool as shit, Nioh is one of the few action RPGs that actually does something with New Game Plus. There are several cycles of it, but each cycle adds new rarities, new items, new mechanics. I think some of them change up like boss or enemy placement and give new movesets to bosses and whatnot. And then once you're done with all that, you unlock a final thing that you can grind. It's sort of like, I don't remember if it's like purely randomized. I don't think it is. Here it's called the Underworld, I believe. And you just grind floor after floor after floor after floor for better gear and whatnot. So it even has like some end game grinding for, you know, if you're a min-maxer and you just don't feel like starting a new playthrough. Not only that, but you can, the New Game Plus, you can switch from New Game Plus going forward and backwards whenever you want to, right? So if I say I made it all the way to New Game Plus 4, I can go back to New Game Plus 3, New Game Plus 2, New Game Plus 1 at whenever I feel like it, which is really cool. Nioh does a lot of things right. Yes, I played the demo. I don't know if the entire first chapter or first area is exactly like the demo is, but I believe the demo is, for the most part, it is either the entirety of the first area or most of the first area. It was like a 10-hour demo or something like that. It was basically, they basically gave you a whole ass game for free to a degree. Oh, son of a bitch. I think I need to kill this guy so I can actually buff outside of the damn room. Yeah. They reuse a lot of the same enemies, but they've changed them up a little bit. Some of them got a new look. Some of them got some new moves. But they also have a good chunk of new stuff in there as well. But yeah, the enemy design is always really cool in the Nioh games. Especially the bosses. The bosses end up looking so fucking dope. Fuck, dude. Every time he pulls out the dual blades, I get fucked up. Okay, I can pop the 2 buffs right at the start, so that's pretty good. The iron one would be nice, but as long as I can get the key recovery and purification one off, honestly, I'm good. Too reckless. I was being way too reckless. I was trying to trade hits rather than trying to actually avoid taking damage. I need to check on something after this attempt. We kind of hit him. feel like that was mostly a whip, though. This guy out of here, dude. Damn, I thought we stabbed him in the dick for a second. Oh. The very first time that you start finding green gear. Amazing. The rarity colors always fucked me up, by the way, whenever I first started playing this game. Because they go from white to blue to yellow to purple to green to, I think it's like an orange hue for the higher rarity. And it always trips me up because in a lot of games, I feel like usually like purple or blue is like uncommon, and then gold is like the rare sort of thing. But here it's not quite like that. So the first time, it took me a minute to get used to. You can swap the colors, but once you get used to like a set of colors, like it's hard to swap it up. But thank you for the GGs, I appreciate it. With all that being said, I suddenly have the urge to play Dark Souls 1 again. Do it! Do it. White, green, wait a minute. Are you saying that that's the correct order for you? Or are you saying that that's the order for Nioh? Because now I'm... Oh, okay, I got you. I was like, wait, am I tripping? No, there's no way green is between white and blue. Okay, I get you, I get you.
But isn't Hideyoshi a traitor and a...
Looks like you're off the mark.
藤吉郎、人に戻ったのね。
ああ、すっかり長い間面倒かけたな。
で、あやかしになった
I
ご
don't
気
know
分は
what color order I prefer.
そいつはこっちに聞いてくれよ。なあ、秀の字。
I think I'm okay with either gold or orange being like at the very tippity top. Yeah, purple is like right under it. I'm pretty good with. Yeah, honestly, I think I would even cut out green. For me, I think I would just go white, blue, purple, orange. Common, uncommon, rare, and then like legendary or whatever. Have a good one, Donuts. Thank you for stopping by. Enjoy your gaming sesh.
露と消えにし我が身か。何話のこと。
When grandma burps, Patrick obeys. What the fuck? I guess acronyms don't really have to make sense, right? They just need to be easy to remember. You know, I almost thought about designing a character for stream because the progress from the demo carries on to the main game. And I thought about designing a character so we could just jump right into the game. But I think we're gonna spend time on stream designing the character. It only makes sense, right? It only makes sense. But there it was. Nioh 2. There's, I think, like 3-4 side missions that we didn't do, and then 3 DLCs that we didn't do. The DLCs are admittedly very fun, but yeah, I mean, we're kind of on a time constraint, so I don't think I'd be able to do all 3 DLCs tomorrow, even if I wanted to. So that's it. That is Nioh 2. I absolutely love this game. I kind of played it half-assedly on stream, and I feel kind of bad about it, but I just didn't want to waste too much time or put too much thought. I just wanted to go through just for the sake of playing Nioh 2 before Nioh 3. On my main character, I have a lot more thought put into like how to play it, stance switching, specific combos, specific buffs, and all that stuff, but I just didn't feel like doing that on this character. Since I knew it wasn't anything that I was gonna grind with, right? It was just gonna be a create and delete sort of guy. So, but I hope you guys enjoyed Nioh 2. For those of you that maybe didn't know about Nioh at all, or, you know, maybe you heard about Nioh, but you hadn't really seen it. Hopefully it's intrigued you enough to potentially check out Nioh 3. I highly recommend it. From the demo alone, the game is incredibly fun. And I have to imagine that the full release is about the same amount of fun, if not better. It is getting raving reviews again, not just by publications, but from players as well. And I'm happy to see it, because I think the Nioh series deserves a lot more love than it's gotten. Not that it's not love. I think in general people enjoy Nioh 1 and Nioh 2, but it just doesn't have the oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Fame? No, not really. It's just not as well known as I think it deserves to be, so hopefully with Nioh 3's success, get a few more Nioh fans around these parts, you know what I mean? You got the demo downloaded? Nice. Yeah, I recommend checking it out. I mean, it's got co-op as well, so, you know, that's always fun to do as well. And if you complete the demo, you do get an item. If you end up eventually liking it enough and you decide to buy the game at some point, you do get an item that carries over, which I think is neat. And I think the demo is available until the 20th, I want to say. So if you haven't checked it out yet, chat, this is your calling. Go check out the demo. I'm gonna go ahead and skip these. I don't remember if there's a post-credit scene. That is a very good question that I unfortunately do not have an answer to. I don't know. I don't actually know. Man, this right here is what I'm talking about, right? Once you finish the game, you have access to New Game Plus, which is like not really New Game Plus, but it is. I mean, it is. It's treated a little bit different, but it is New Game Plus, and you can swap in between the various difficulty, right? Dream of the Samurai, Dream of the Strong. Then, of course, you have all the areas. And here are the 3 DLCs. The Tengu's Disciple, Darkness in the Capital, and the First Samurai. But that is it, chat. We're going to go ahead and call it here. About 40 minutes earlier than usual. But again, chat, I am a little bit tired, and I am getting very, very hungry. So I would like to go get myself some food. So we're going to go ahead and call it here. We don't really have much to do, really. I wasn't expecting a time constraint. Guess I need to move it up my priority list. You will not regret it. Or maybe you will. Maybe you might not end up enjoying it. I hope you do enjoy it. I think it's very fun. And I think Nioh 3 does a much better job than Nioh 2 does at introducing new players to the franchise. Let me see. Do I want to raid out to somebody? I kind of just really want to bail out and go eat. Let's see. Oh, man. I wish I was further into Nioh 3. I would love to raid Nat right now just to be able to chill with more Nioh 3, but she's had access to the game a little bit longer than I have. So it would definitely be massive spoiler territory for me. Yeah, I guess I'll throw you guys over at Elvish. He is currently playing Marvel Rivals. So hang out with me, chat, for a quick raid. We're gonna go ahead and do our outro. We're gonna say goodbye to YouTube, and then we're gonna raid out. I need to really find a way to properly, like, wave by to 2 different platforms where one platform ends up sticking around just a little bit longer, but I'll figure it out. But let's begin this raid. Let me go ahead and settle us on the ending screen. Chat, if you have the emotes, this is our raid message. If you don't have the emotes, use whatever else you wish to use, because you have them. You might as well use them. So chat, all that said, thank you all for stopping by. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the anime for the 61-month resubscription. And Saint, thank you again for the raid. Chat, if you have joined in for Nioh, we will begin our journey through Nioh 3 tomorrow. Not tomorrow. That's false information. We'll begin our journey through Nioh 3 starting next week on Tuesday. Tomorrow, on the other hand, we'll be here at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, same time as always, with some Magic the Gathering. YouTube, Twitch, until next time, stay safe, stay creamy, have a fantastic rest of your day. And as always, toodles.